Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Anupama.
Okay. So, in the last session, we covered the basics of cloud, the cloud computing, the advantage of cloud, and virtualization, and what is the importance of virtualization in cloud computing, um, cloud service models and deployment models. Yeah. And then we started with AWS, how AWS started, the history of it, the global infrastructure. Yeah. And we also understood the shared responsibility model. Who is responsible for security? And the possible AWS certifications we have. Uh-huh. And console walkthrough, the AWS management console walkthrough. And finally, we started with the service called EC2. So let's continue from there. I will share my screen. So we are in launching the instances. Let's understand one by one. So we already discussed that the tags are like giving a names to your EC2 instance. So I said like a first instance. And then we have chosen an AMI, which is an Amazon machine image, selecting an operating system. For that, we have chosen Ubuntu, that is 20.04 LTS, and that is under free tier. And next comes with the instance type. So instance type is the hardware configuration of your EC2 instance. Okay, it comprises of the CPU, the memory, storage, internal storage, if any, network performance. And we do have a lot of instance types basically. So if I could scroll down and I can explicitly show you, if I click on compare instance types. So here you have a bunch of instance types. Okay. And if I select one record, if I just select one, all the components are bundled together, like the vCPU, the architecture, the memory, if I have any internal storage. So if I have any storage, the storage type, the network performance, everything is bundled together. If I just select one record. So I need not explicitly select them individually. They come with some combinations and we can just choose from them straight away. Obviously, I'll go for T2 micro because that is under free tier. You would be selecting the same. Whatever it is free tier, you would be selecting that. And these instance types, so we have around 700 plus instance types. Okay. So these instance types are classified into different instance families. So if I show you AWS EC2 instance types, okay. Now these instance types are classified into different instance families. If you are looking for a gaming application, you can go for memory optimized. If you're looking for high performance computing, you can go for HPC optimized. If your application is generating more storage, you can go for storage optimized. But if you're looking for a balance of balance of all hardware components, then you can go for the general purpose. So we have general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, accelerated computing. Okay. So storage optimized, so and so forth. Now, One way to explore is basically going to that particular instance family. For example, if you're looking for general purpose only, okay, and you can have different categories under general purpose family. So M6I, M6IN. So if you just click on any one of these instance categories, okay, so you would be having what exactly is that? What are the features of it? And what are the instance types supported under that? Okay, with different CPU and memory and internal storage. Okay. And main important, you will have the use cases. It is used for microservices, gaming servers, etc. Okay. So you would see the detailed information about in each instance type category. So if you ask me what is the right instance type for my application, I would ask you to refer this page. You will definitely find the right fit because it will show you what are the features and most important the use cases when it will be used. So definitely your application would be fit into any one of these use cases. Okay. So in simple terms, instance type is the hardware configuration of your EC2 instance. And I'm selecting T2 Micro, which is under free tier 1, a free tier eligible. Next, we have key pair. So key pair is a combination of two keys, key pair. No? So key pair is a combination of public and private key. Public key will be with AWS. Private key will be with us, the customer. With the help of public key, AWS will encrypt a piece of data called password. And with the help of private key, we as a customer will decrypt the password in order to log into your EC2 instance. So key pair is used to log into your EC2 instance from your local machine. So you might have created a virtual machine in AWS data center somewhere in some region. So in order to connect it to this EC2 instance, we have to have a key pair. Okay. Folks, you hear any kind of disturbance from my end?
No, Anupama.
Okay. So you need a key pair. Now, when you need to create a key pair, you have three different options. One is create a new key pair. So if you don't have a key pair, if you're creating an EC2 instance for the first time, you can simply go and create a key pair. So where you can give a key pair name. Usually my key pair names would be the dates and a lot of different kinds of names. So usually I use the dates. You can give whatever the name you want it. Okay. And we can select the key pair type. So whether you want to go for RSA or ED25519. So AWS supports two different algorithms to basically encrypt and decrypt your password, like login key pair. Okay. Now the difference between two is ED25519 doesn't support Windows instances. If you're going for Windows 1, ED25519 doesn't support it. But whereas RSA supports all. So for simplicity, I'm just going for RSA. And you can also define the key pair type, the key pair file format, whether you want to go for PEM or PPK. So if you are going for putty, if you're aware, if you're working, you might have heard this putty. So if you're using putty, you can use a PPK because putty supports only PPK files. But if you are going for any OpenSH or any other softwares, I mean, there are lot of softwares which supports .pem file. Okay. So explicitly, if you are going for a PPK, if you are going for putty, you go for PPK. Okay. For now, I'm just choosing .pem and I'll show you how to, what to install in order to able to use this .pem file in order to connect your EC2 instance. Yeah. So now if I just click on create a key pair, there will be a folder which I need to store my key pair. So what I will do, I will click on create key pair and I will share my screen back once I find the folder where I need to store. Okay. So just give me a moment. Now so if you see here, I have a folder called key pair where I usually store all my PEM files. Okay. Now I'm storing this PEM file is also into the same folder. So it's a best practice that to store your PEM files in a safe location. Okay. And if you're demonstrating also, even if you're going for demonstrations, like, for practice also, it's good to save your, save your .pem files. Okay. So let me just click on save. Yeah, it's saved. Now, if you are not aware, if you're not having a key pair, you can create it. But if you already have it, you can choose an existing key pair. See, you can choose an existing key pair if you already have one. So make sure that key pair which you are selecting will be in your local machine, in your machine. Okay, or you can proceed without a key pair also. Means it is not recommended. So if you don't have a key pair, you cannot log into your EC2 instance from your local machine. So even though it is not recommended, but it still supports that particular option. Okay, because without that you cannot log in into your local machine from your local machine. But anyways, we created a key pair 17 December. Okay, next we have network settings. So when we create an AWS account, AWS creates a VPC in each and every region. That VPC is called a default VPC. Okay. So in order to launch a virtual machine in cloud, you have to have a network in order to launch it. Okay. So you need to launch that in a network. So in AWS, VPC is basically a network. Okay. Now VPC is another service like EC2. Okay. So if I talk about VPC, we'll just get deviated from EC2. So let's stick with EC2. And we will definitely cover this VPC part. It's a very important core service also. But for now, we'll just go with the default settings. We will go for the default network, which is created by AWS already, and as well as a subnet. Okay. So for this, we'll go with the default settings. And if you need to connect to an EC2 instance, which is in the cloud, the instance must be able to accessible from internet. Okay, so that is possible only when it has a public IP address. So public IP address is used to uh, reach a machine from internet. Okay, so it's auto assign public IP address is already enabled. I don't need to enable anything. Okay, and next we have a firewall. So security groups are the firewall for your EC2 instance. Security group evaluates who can access the EC2 instance through which protocol. Okay, and we can create a new security group, or you can also choose an existing security group if you already have any. Okay, so if we don't have any, you will not be finding it here. So I can select if I have if I need to choose any security group, or if you're creating for the first time, we can simply create a security group. Doesn't matter. Now if you see here, by default, a protocol which is called SSH is open for us, right? Now because this EC2 instance is of Ubuntu, which is a Linux distro. Okay, now if I need to connect it to this EC2 instance from my local machine, the EC2 instance security group must open the SSH protocol, because we connect only through this protocol. A protocol is basically a way, a rules where it defines how to connect it. Okay, so we can access a server in different ways using different protocols. So if you are using a machine which is of Linux, we need to have SSH protocol. But if the same EC2 instance is of Windows, then you can access using RDP protocol. So because you have chosen an Ubuntu which is of Linux distro, AWS is smart enough to select that protocol for you by default. I didn't select, isn't it? It's already been there. And I can also define who can access my EC2 instance. If I keep anywhere, anyone from internet can connect to my EC2 instance. Of course, if they have necessary details. So in real time, you can simply go for custom, or you can simply go for my IP address. If you go for custom, you can specify the IP addresses which you wanted to allow. Maybe the client IP addresses, a client range of IP addresses. So for demonstration, I'll just go for anywhere. And if you want to access from browser, you can go for HTTP or HTTPS. And security group supports multiple protocols. It supports many. Now, as of now, I'll just go for SH protocol. Next, we have storage. So basically, EBS are the volumes for EC2 instance. Okay. EBS are the volumes for EC2 instance. So these are the EBS volumes. It's like a C drive, D drive, E drive, which we have. Like we have volumes for our like the laptop or desktop which you are using. The same way, an EC2 instance by default will be having a root volume. What your root volume will be like a C drive. So what this C drive will have? The operating system files or kernel files, the libraries or the applications. The same way, the root volume, if you could see, the root volume will have the same. So if I just click on advanced and if I expand it, so this is of EBS type as you could see, and it is a root volume. Yeah. And this root volume can be accessible from this path, and it is created from a snapshot. So the snapshot is selected according to the AMI you have chosen. So obviously the root volume will be dependent on the AMI you have chosen, because you have chosen Ubuntu. That particular Ubuntu files will be uh, created, or the operating system will be created from this snapshot. So AMI as well as these volumes are tightly integrated. They're dependent on each other. Okay. Now, if I choose on something other operating system, like other AMI, like Windows, the snapshot would change. Okay. So then we will get the snapshot which has Windows related files. Now, by default, the root volume will have a fixed volume size. Okay. For example, in our case, it is 8 GB. We can expand, we can increase our volume size also if required. And we do have different volume types also. We will cover that little later when we talk about explicitly about EBS. Okay. We do have different volume types as of now. Okay. If you wanted to encrypt it, you can go and encrypt the volumes, and by selecting the encryption keys if you have any. Okay. Otherwise, you can just disable the encryption.
What
If you
will be the
don't want,
benefit of encryption here?
it will encrypt your data to protect.
And how to serve client if I am using this encryption? So the same IP will be able to see the data, or it's like 0000 was selected there earlier. So is it related to that only?
So if I enable in my local machine, okay, now if I have a IEC2 instance, okay, now when I say 00000, that means anyone can access my EC2 instance in the world if they have necessary permissions. In real time, usually they don't go for anywhere. Usually they will give a custom IP addresses. Okay. Now, uh, let's assume I'm able to connect to the EC2 instance because I have necessary details of the EC2 instance, like the PEM file, the IP address. Now I can connect to the EC2 instance and I access the volume. Now for me, it will be like a normal volume, but at the back end, AWS will encrypt your data. Did I answer your question?
It will encrypt the data. I got it. But what is the benefit of encryption here? See, I just want to know only the benefit of encryption. Like it will, everybody won't be able to see my data, or if they are able to see my data, then what is the benefit of encryption? Or if this encryption is something else I'm getting wrong. Just
So,
wanted to know the benefit of encryption here.
correct. So if someone is trying to access unauthorized, they can't access it because the data is encrypted.
Okay, and who can access the data then?
Only the users who have permission. See,
Okay.
usually the data would pass through network, right? So
Mhm.
there will be, if someone is trying to reach the network unauthorized, obviously the see, what would be the benefit of encryption? Usually
Yes,
the
yes.
data will be encrypted, means the data will be not in the same not it will be in a readable format, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes.
So what would be the benefit? Obviously they can't read, as simple as that.
And how to decrypt it then?
It automatically decrypts because when you encrypt it, you have the key. So when an authorized user access it, it automatically does that at AWS side.
So I would have to select that particular IPs to authorize them who can read the data.
That you define in the security groups, right, Sharma?
Okay. Seriously, still I'm in a little bit confusion
Not relevant,
about
Sharma.
this.
So encryption is not at all relevant here. We don't learn anything deep here, okay? So because we have an option, because there is no question related to encryption, yeah. Now what I will do is there is a service called KMS, Key Management Service, in AWS which supports its encryption. Okay. So you can just refer this particular documentation to understand how things works internally. Okay. How basically encryption, decryption takes place. Yeah. When it comes to EBS volumes, I will cover till some extent,
Mhm.
and furtherly you can explore it.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
So if you want to
Anupama,
encrypt your volumes,
sorry. I have a question regarding this snapshot. Is it to back up this storage? Hello?
no, basically the snapshot is already been there.
Mhm. So it will be used when we have to recover
Create a
this,
volume.
create a volume.
Basically correct. So there will be an AMI and snapshot which is being managed by AWS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now from here, whenever we want it, we can simply launch an EC2 instance and a root volume of that instance.
Okay.
So these are AWS managed AMIs and snapshots.
Mm-hmm.
We also learned yesterday that we can create our own AMI. We will see that how it
Yes.
will be, like how to take a backup of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So it's auto created, right? Whenever you select a volume,
Select
it will
AMI. No.
AMI. Yeah.
Uh, this root volume snapshot will be automatically selected.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So just for
Ah,
a curiosity, in case they have to recover, AWS has to use this snapshot to recover the AMI.
recover what?
The AMI or a virtual machine. Like just in case if there is an issue and a user or client requested to recover the specific storage or AMI, they should
No.
use this snapshot.
AWS won't recover. You take a backup and then you recover it.
Okay, so we can use
So
this snapshot.
that's what creating an image is basically.
Mhm.
See, when I'll talk about it. Basically, you guys are little asking little early and advanced. But anyways, let me explain.
Okay.
So when you have an EC2 instance and then a volume, okay, you take a backup of it for the instance, right?
Yes.
If it is the same instance, you can use the same AMI and snapshot. But if you have any applications, then you take a backup and then you retrieve it from the backup.
Correct.
So AWS don't do anything, isn't it? Here, there is no role for AWS because it's your data, it's your instance.
Okay. Understood.
Just one more question from my side. Is it mandatory to opt for snapshot each and every time? Because as I have used this snapshot service, it is used to resume you where you have just stopped your virtual machine or stopped your data or stopped your research on your virtual machine. So is it mandatory to opt for snapshot every time because it costs some more bucks if you opt for snapshot with virtual machine?
That is where disaster recovery, right, Akshat Sharma?
No, 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 no. I hope you are taking me wrong. Snapshot is a service which I have just explored AWS. So I have learned that Snapshot is a service. If we opt for Snapshot, then see if I am having Oracle VM box and I have raised for a snapshot, then it will resume me with my, it's like we do have hibernate mode in our laptops or systems. So in hibernate mode, it resumes us where we left it. So when I opt for snapshot, then it resumed me in the same mode of virtual machine where I left my virtual machine in that condition only. So I didn't need to shut down that in a very fine manner. It just resumed me on the same page when I just restarted my virtual machine. So I just use snapshot like this kind.
So in AWS, snapshot is a backup for your volume. Okay, so when I say disaster recovery, let's assume I have a volume. I have some data. Now, um, for disaster recovery for the volume, what if the server or the hardware which it fails, or accidentally if you delete it? So you have to have a backup. That's where the snapshot is. Simple. I'm not sure what is a snapshot meaning in Oracle, but here the snapshot is backup of the volume. Now, if you accidentally delete or if the data is corrupted, you have the backup where you can restore it from that snapshot.
Okay.
Mm. So, in our case, first thing is if you want to encrypt, you can just simply create your own keys if you have any, or you can use an AWS managed key to manage the encryption. But throughout the course, we will not enable encryption for not only for this service, will not do for any other service because this is not under FreeTag. Okay, and this is not even within the scope. Now for now you can just go for not encrypted, and you also have delete on termination. So delete on termination is yes means if you want to delete the root volume on terminating the instance. Terminating means deleting the instance. Okay, so if you want to delete your root volume on terminating the instance, you can keep it as yes. Otherwise you can keep it as no. And by default, AWS will keep it as yes. If you terminate it, the root volume will be deleted. But explicitly, you can manage it yes and no. Okay. We can add multiple volumes. This is basically a root volume, like a C drive, and you can add D drive, E drive, like kind of. You can create multiple volumes. Now, if you see for the data volume, okay, there is no snapshot selected. It's like a clean volume. It's like a new pen drive or new hard disk. Okay, where you don't need to have any snapshot unless you want it. And if you see here, you have the same options, but the delete on termination is no here. That means AWS don't want to delete your data volumes on terminating the instance. Because usually the root volumes will have the operating system files and then the applications and all. Okay, unless you want to keep it, it's fine. But data is very important where you don't want to lose on terminating the instance. So what you can do is you can keep it as no. I mean, anyways, you can change it or yes or no. Okay, and you can create multiple volumes as such. You can create multiple volumes. Yeah, and if you could see here, I can remove the data volumes if I don't want it, but I cannot remove the root volume. So root volume is mandated. Without a root volume, you cannot have an instance running. Okay, as of now we'll stick with only the root volume. Yeah, any questions so far? See, the questions which you have will be revealed slowly. Okay, it is little early, so I'm just trying to explain to the point whichever you are asking it. But slowly I'll talk about the snapshot. Yeah, how the things would work internally. We will talk about it. Even a slight what do you call on encryption also I'll talk about it at a higher level. Okay, not
Anupama,
to worry. Yes, please.
So what do you mean by saying delete on termination?
Deleting your volume on terminating the instance.
Okay, when you say volume, it's the
The root volume. See, instance will have, see, like your C drive, D drives, you'll have volumes, right?
okay.
So if you want to
So
delete them on terminating the instance, you can
so
go
when you
on.
say volume, it's, are we saying the virtual thing will get deleted?
Sorry,
It
what is
is
it?
the storage.
Oh, it's a storage. Okay, okay.
Yes, it is storage, and it is asking us to delete your storage when you when you delete your virtual machine.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Next, we have advanced details. We will cover few of them, not all. We have many options, in fact. Okay, just few. First comes with the shutdown behavior. So when you shut down your EC2 instance, do you want AWS to stop your instance or terminate it? Okay, so let's understand what is stop and terminate first. So so this is our EC2 instance, right? Now let's assume I have an application, my client application. My client would be using this application from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. till 9 a.m., he would not be using it. So you're not using that instance after 6 p.m. So in AWS, what we can do when you're not using, you can simply stop. When you stop your instance, AWS will stop costing you for the EC2 instance. Okay. Even if you stop your instance, you will not lose your data, the application, okay, will not be deleted. It will be there with the customer only. It is just that AWS will stop costing you for that instance. Probably before 9 a.m., whenever you want it, you can simply start it. And when you start your instance, AWS will start costing you for that instance. So when you are not using an instance for some time, to save the cost, you can stop and start. When you no longer need an EC2 instance, you terminate it, basically deleting it. You cannot start a terminated instance. You cannot start a terminated instance. So when you no longer need a EC2 instance, you terminate it. When you want an EC2 instance and not using for some time, you can stop and start it. Okay. Now, if I shut down my instance, I want to stop my instance or terminate. It's up to you what to decide. Next, we have stop hibernate. Yes, I said when you stop your instance, the applications, the data will be unaffected. But the memory which instance is using, the RAM or the memory which instance is using will be deleted. Okay. Now, if you take your phone and then you open WhatsApp and then LinkedIn and then Gmail and then some Facebook. Okay. Now, if I ask you to go back to the WhatsApp, what you will do? You long press on your screen where you will see the recently visited applications, and from there you access the WhatsApp, right? Where that information is storing, like recently visited applications. It's in memory. So it isn't a phone memory because you just opened it. Yeah. Now, if you switch off your phone and switch on, will you be able to access the applications which you opened? No, you will lose it. But is it impacting your data? Of course not. What you'll do, you'll just open again. You just have to go to apps and then open again. That's it, right? The same way, when instance is running, the application, the instance will load some sort of data relevant to the instance and stores in the RAM. Now, when you stop your instance, the RAM will be deleted. So it is just that when you start, the application has to load up to the memory again, and then it has to start working. Okay. Now, what you can do is if you go for stop a hibernate, if we go for stop hibernate, the RAM which instance is using will be stored to the volume. Okay, instead of stop, if we go for stop hibernate, the RAM which instance is using will be stored to the volume. And by the and whenever you start your instance, the RAM which is in the volume will be loaded back to the memory, so that the instance will just resume. It need not load the data again to the memory. It's like you have a OTT and then you are watching a movie and all of a sudden you remember of AWS class and you join. You couldn't complete the movie. Now, when you go back and if you try to resume the movie, if it is starting from the very beginning, that means it is not remembering the previous session. It is like a stop. But if it is resuming from where you have stopped, it's like that means it is stop hibernate. It is just remembering the previous session information. Okay. So I'm explaining these topics, but I'm not selecting anything. Okay. Make sure you don't select anything. Next, we have termination protection. As the name suggests, if you want to avoid accidental termination, you can go for termination protection. Accidental stop protection. Okay. And we have a service called CloudWatch. Like any other service, CloudWatch is also a service. It's a monitoring service. As the name suggests, CloudWatch, it will watch the cloud services. CloudWatch monitors almost all the services. Okay. And it has two types of monitoring, like basic monitoring and detailed monitoring. Basic is something which is free and it monitors for every 5 minutes or so. But if you want to monitor every second to minute, you can go for detailed monitoring or enhanced monitoring, where it will cost us. Okay. So by default, CloudWatch is enabled. So if you explicitly want detailed monitoring, then you need to select it.
What is the use of this monitoring?
To monitor the services. For example, if I
Oh,
want to see the CPU utilization, why you have a CC camera?
yeah. So to monitor and to
Safe.
safeguard things.
To get the insights, to understand how
Correct.
things are working.
Okay.
And finally, we have this user data. So user data is like an automation. If you want to run few commands before your instance is ready, okay, you can just use user data. It's like a bootstrap script, or we can say an automation. Yeah. So if you are using a Linux distro, you may be using bash shell scripts. If you're using a Windows, you would be using a PowerShell scripts. Okay. So based on the operating system you choose, you need to run those commands so that before your EC2 instance is ready, I can execute the commands. For example, I want to update my instance. Okay, as soon as it launches. So it will execute these commands as soon as the instance launches or while it is launching. Okay, so we'll do this in the in project 2. For now, I'll just keep it blank and I'll launch an instance. So when you are launching an EC2 instance, first of all, you would give a tag like a name. This is optional. Okay. You have to choose an AMI like operating system, instance type, the hardware configuration, a key pair to log into your EC2 instance, security groups, basically a firewall for your EC2 instance. Okay. And AMI would come with a root volume, basically a snapshot. Okay. So from this, we can simply launch an EC2 instance. Importantly, these are the ones which you need to select. Clear? Any questions, please?
Not yet.
So now that my instance is ready, now it's in running state. Usually as soon as I launch, it will be in pending state because we are using T2 Micro. Within few seconds, it is in running state. Now, if I select the instance, you'll see a bunch of options like the details, the instance ID, the IP address, public, private IP address. Okay. So metadata, you'll be seeing a lot of information about the EC2 instance. Okay. And in the security, you will be seeing the security group, what are the rules and all. The firewall I'm talking about. In the networking, you will see the default network which is being created, the IP addresses, the DNS names. And in the storage, you will be seeing the storage. You have only one volume, which is a root volume. And you have a status checks also. So whenever you launch an EC2 instance, AWS does two status checks. One is system status check, and other one is instance status check. Okay. So the difference is, one second. Let me navigate to this again. So the difference is whenever you try to launch a particular EC2 instance, first of all, it will check whether the system is working fine or not. The system status check, whether the hardware is fine or not. Another one is instance status check, whether the instance is particularly properly launched or not. Okay. If any one of these fails, your instance will automatically be terminated without being running. It automatically, from pending, it will just terminate it. Okay. This is very rare. You don't see much. I think I've seen only once. When I just launched an instance, it all of a sudden just turned to terminate state. Okay. Next, we have monitoring. So I said CloudWatch. CloudWatch is a monitoring service. So it does lot of status check, lot of checks. Okay. One of the important metric which CloudWatch does is the CPU utilization. Okay. So it does a network packets, network in and out, discrete operations, etc.
Yeah, now it's clear. Yeah.
Next, we have tags. Tags are like giving a name. You can manage multiple tags. I mean, by adding multiple tags, you can manage the tags. Okay. So now that we launched an instance, we successfully launched an instance. Any questions so far? All good? Like for whatever I explained?
I'm good.
Okay.
Anupama,
Now,
don't mind if there are kind of basic questions or something when it comes up.
definitely not. No. Please ask. That's okay. See, simple. I don't mind you asking any kind of questions. I'll try my best to answer. If I don't know, I'm very much sure about it. If I'm not aware of it, because AWS is like ocean. It is not that I know everything. Definitely, I don't know. I just know a drop of it. Okay. If I am not aware of it, I will definitely help you. I'll try to help you by providing you some of the resources. Okay. Definitely, I don't mind. Yeah, please ask.
Sure.
That's okay. Yeah, we will learn. We are all learning together. It is just that I learned little before, so I'm in this place. That's it. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So now that we launched an EC2 instance, now we'll connect it to this EC2 instance. We'll connect it. I'll show you how to connect to a EC2 instance. And we will install a simple web server. We'll install a simple web server. Now, web server is, the reason why we install web server is just to check whether it's accessible from web or not. And see, we launched an instance. Yeah, okay, we could see as a record. But if I have an application, how I access it? Kind of. And once I have a web server, I can access this web server using an IP address of that instance. So as I said, let's assume I have a Facebook application here. I have a Facebook application. Now, how can I access this application? I give what?
Use the credentials.
Facebook.com. Hold on. But we just have to access it, right? First of all, yes, we provide credentials. That's true. So first of all, we give Facebook.com from our machine. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But Does this facebook.com comes with the instance or the server? No, we have to explicitly create a domain name, which is a user-friendly name, and we map the server IP address with the domain name. Then only when you give facebook.com, it resolves into the IP address and hit the server and you get the login page. Isn't it? This is what it happens.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Now, in our scenario, we don't have a domain name. We don't buy now. This is not a Facebook application. It is just a simple web server. Now, instead of using a domain name, because it's just a simple web server, we'll directly access using the public IP address. Makes sense? If you have an application, you may access using a domain name, but we don't have an application. We don't have a domain name either. So we'll just install a simple web server and we would access that web server using a public IP address from a browser. Yes, clear what we're going to do?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
first of all, we'll connect. Second thing is installing a web server. Third thing is taking the public IP address and using in the browser, hosting it. And we should be getting what? Not the login page. We will be getting a default web server page. Okay. So now because we are trying to connect to an Ubuntu machine. Okay. Now the default web server in Ubuntu is Apache. The package name is Apache 2. Okay, so we will install this Apache, which is basically a web server. Clear now? Yes, so far?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now let me show you how to connect it. So go to the folder where I have my PEM file. Okay. So in order to connect to the instance, you should be having an interface. It's like this. From your local machine, if you need to connect to an EC2 instance, please understand here, the instance is of Linux operating system. It's a Linux distro. Okay. Now my machine is Windows, as you could see. I'm using Windows. Now, if you need to connect to a Linux machine from Windows, okay, you have to have a software which supports. The software can be PuTTY if you're using PPK, but we are not using PPK, right? And another one is, I would use Git Bash. The software which I use, which I would refer you to use, is Git Bash. So this is basically an interface which allows us to connect to this instance. It is just a software. But if your local machine is a Linux or Mac, your interface is just your terminal, which you already have in your machine to connect to the instance, which is of Linux. So you need not have any one of these softwares if you are using Linux or Mac as your operating system. So you have your terminal, same commands explicitly. See, whether you use whatever the interface you use it, you'll have the same commands. Okay. So you use a terminal instead of Git Bash or whatever, PuTTY. I hope I'm clear.
Can't we use our same terminal in Windows by using SSH command and become a root?
Yes, possible, but I don't feel comfortable using that command prompt.
Are
So
there any restrictions with that? Because I am new to it, so I just keep exploring all these things. So I just saw an article, and the person was saying that you just need to become a root by using SSH, and then you can do the same things. So it will just delete that putty and this git bash things. But are there some restrictions, or is it something like not safe, or that thing that you are saying that we should use this git bash or putty?
no, it's not that it's not safe. It is just that the user friendliness would be there, will not be there when you're using command prompt also. So
I
until
think
unless you
Anupama,
already have
yeah. So I think this using putty it's kind of an GUI by which like we can connect and it will be easy, correct? That is what you're saying.
That's right.
Okay,
So it will be
CLI.
comfortable. That's it. So
Okay.
we can use a command prompt as well, but see, Windows is all about GUI. So
Correct.
we are not comfortable using command prompt as such as we use in Linux or Mac. So that is the reason we use an external tool. If I'm not wrong, I don't think you'll have a restriction using a command prompt also. It is also a terminal, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
I'll check with both. If I face some
Yeah,
problem,
definitely.
I'll let you know.
Sure, please.
Thanks, Anupama.
Yeah. So there is my PEM file which we created just now. Okay. I mean, just before. Now, in order to connect it to this EC2 instance, we have to have this PEM file. Okay. Now you are seeing all my PEM file names, right? You just know my name of the PEM file. Okay. Just by knowing you, it doesn't mean that you have the PEM file. No. Okay. So this is just a name of the PEM file, and inside it you will actually have the key. So usually it is not at all recommended to show the PEM file key. Okay. As a trainer, I have to show you. That's how you learn. Okay. So internally, this is how it looks. Okay. Now, in order to connect from Windows, you have to have a Git bash. I already installed it. Once I explain about the all the how to connect and all using Git bash, I will share you the link where you can install it. Okay. Now I'm using the Git bash here. So if you observe, I am in the folder where I have my PEM file and I'm opening it here in that folder. So that the path, if you could see, the path is basically in my keeper folder. Okay. Now let's try to understand few Linux commands. If I need to see, so in Windows, if I need to know what are all the files which are in a folder, I'll double click on a folder, isn't it? I'll double click on a folder. In LS, we say, sorry, in Linux, we say ls. Okay. ls will list the files which are in this particular folder. But if you want to know the detailed view of the files, we say ls-l. It'll show in a long list. Okay. The thing which we need to understand here is this part, the first few characters. Okay. Now let's try to explore this. So here you will see the date, some ID. Okay. And then who created it, the owner. Yeah. I'm not really sure about the one, but here we should be seeing this part. So
It
this
looks like access kind of thing.
correct, the permissions, right?
Permission. Okay.
So we have hyphen RWX, RWX, RWX. Ideally, this is how it looks. Now the first character is hyphen. That means it's a file. It's a PDF, it's a document or any file. If the first character is D, that means it's a directory. It's a folder. You see, D. Okay. Now let's understand the last 9 characters. This is the first character. The next 9 characters is divided into 3 parts. User permissions, group permissions, other permissions. User is basically the owner of the file. Group is if any users which are in the group. Okay. What are their permissions? Okay. And others means to the world. Not a person is not a user, not in the group. So others to the world. Okay. Now when we say R, it's a read permissions. When we say W, it's a write permissions. When we say X, it's execute permissions. Okay. Now, if user is having RWX, having all permissions. Now, when you say hyphen, no permissions. If you have hyphen, no permissions. Okay. Now, if you see here, the user is having only read permissions, no write, no execute. Group and others is also having read permissions, no group, no write, no execute permissions. Okay, why we need to learn this now? So if you see our PEM file, this PEM file is having, it's a file. The user is having read permissions, write permissions, no execute permissions. The group and others are having only read. Now, in order to connect to the EC2 instance using this PEM file, the PEM file should have only read permissions, not the write. By default, it will have write, but it should have only read permissions. Now, we need to change the permissions of a file, of this PEM file, before we connect it. How do we change? The command is ch change mode. So we say chmod, okay, 400, and then the PEM file name. Now, what is 400? Again, 400. The first letter, the first digit is basically defines user permissions. The second digit, group permissions. The third digit, other permissions. Okay. Now, when I say 4, that means read permissions. When I say 2, write permissions. If I say 1, execute permissions. Now, if I say 400, I want read permission for the user. I don't want any permissions for group or others. Okay. Now, if I give 5, 2, 4, what does it mean, folks?
Read, write, and execution is for 5. No, 1 is for execution. 1 no 5.
If I give 5, the user is having read permissions, execute permissions.
Okay, so it combines with it. And
Exactly.
if I say 6, then it is 1 for read and write.
Right. That's right.
Great.
Now, if I give 777,
Uh-huh.
user,
Read, write,
group, and
execute,
others
read,
having
and
all the
execute.
permissions. Correct.
And if it is only for 7, and if I go under U is and U is it is 7, and then user has read, write, and execute.
Correct.
Okay, and these commands are followed only for this git bash,
Linux.
na?
No, Linux. This is Linux command.
Okay, so it is not mandatory for git bash only.
No. No, it's a Linux commands for Akshat. Means if you are connecting to an EC2 instance which is of Linux operating system,
Mhm.
we use these commands.
Okay, so actually I was just known that every interface has some different commands. So that is why.
No. So that's what I said. So instead of if you are using Mac, terminal or anything, these commands are same. You can use the same commands. No need to worry about it. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Clear? Please give me a heads up.
Anupama, as you already have this Git bash installed, when you open it, like I'm a new user, I open it for the first time. That directory you landed into, is it by default or you need to like change directory as you using?
Because I opened that in the folder where I have my PEM files. So I opened the directory in this folder. So that is the reason
Okay.
I'm already in the path. So when you are doing it, you have to open in that folder only.
Okay, so normally as I installed it and I just double click and open Git Bash, I get a prompt for login, like IP
So
address and username and password, like we have in Putty.
Ashish, you are doing with me parallel, isn't it?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm just asking because I used Putty in the past. So
You want to use Putty, Ashish?
no, I used it, and as I'm asking, like, if I installed it and I just open it, it should
Git
land
Bash.
it.
No, see, you cannot open this way. That is the reason I haven't shown you. You
Okay.
don't go to start and then open Git Bash. Instead, you open
Mhm.
uh,
From the directory where the
correct,
PEM or file.
correct.
Okay.
You just need to open this, and then you
Mhm.
have to right click, and then you just have to say show more options, and then Git
Mhm.
Bash.
Okay, got it.
Mm.
So for each operation, we have to do this procedure that we have to go to the folder in GUI and then we have to open Git Bash.
Procedure, Akshat, it's not that difficult. Okay, just 2 commands. Because I'm explaining each and everything, it is taking time.
Okay.
You would see it. It like you will connect to this instance multiple times in this program. Okay, you will work with EC2 instance. You would know it how easy it would become by the end of the program. Okay.
Great. Thanks.
Yes, Hack. This will be used for managing the permission of a file. That's right. So I can simply give the command and I asked you to do it, but I thought, okay, I mean, let's understand why we are using this command so you don't forget. Yeah. Anyways, so now what I will do, I would say chmod 400 and then the PIM file name. Now, if I go and check the file, now it is having only read permission.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, this PEM file is eligible to connect to the EC2 instance. Now, in order to connect, the command is SSH. Don't worry about the commands. You have it in the assessments document. Just concentrate on the explanation which I do. Okay. The commands will be there. You can just, if you want, you can write it, not a problem. Yeah. So in order to connect to this EC2 instance, the command is sh-i, the PEM file name. So I'm using a Linux, so I'm using SH protocol. I am identifying this PEM file because I'm using Ubuntu as a username at the public IP address of the instance. Okay, I take the public IP address from the details.
Okay.
Public IP address. Okay, and then if I say enter, it asks, are you sure you want to continue connecting? I would say yes. And you see, now I'm in Ubuntu. Just previously, I'm in my local machine. This is my local folder. Now I'm in Ubuntu. Okay.
So,
So
does it mean that if we will give this IP address to someone, then he will just put that IP address in his search bar and click on that, then he
no
will
ways.
come on the
Of
page.
course not. Of course not, Akshat. How did you miss that PEM file is also important.
Oh,
That's what. Just by seeing, you cannot connect to my instance. Okay.
And I have one question, like, is it always necessary to change the permission of the
Definitely.
PEM file?
Definitely. It will not allow otherwise.
Okay.
See, the reason is I have shown you how a private key look like. Correct?
mhm.
Yeah, the PEM file name. Now, if I change one character, just one, will it allow us to connect?
No.
No. So you shouldn't be having right permissions. As simple as that. Makes sense now why we are changing the permission. Yeah.
Yes. So above that, when we put that IP address in in the terminal, so we have restricted the user that he can only read, but we didn't do any procedure for connecting it.
But I believe even if we could have the right permission, we can connect to the, the
Yes,
EC2
possible,
instance. Yes,
possible hack. It is possible. It is not a best practice.
we are just giving the read permission so that that file could not be changed,
So
right?
if you are using a Git bash, 99% of the time it will not allow you to connect without changing the permissions. Okay. But if you are using putty or some other interface, you don't change the permission.
Okay.
Okay.
So bash is safe.
Mm.
You can say that.
Anupama, so the default is actually read write, is it?
Mm.
Okay.
So now we successfully connected to that instance. Now let's try to install a simple web server. Now before I install a web server, there is a mandate command which is basically updating that instance. Okay. So sudo basically means I'm taking the root permissions. Update is I am updating all the packages which are already there to a latest version. And apt-get is a package management tool which I use in Ubuntu. So when I say package management tool, if you want to update or upgrade or install or remove any packages, we use this particular command if it is Ubuntu. For example, if you are going for Red Hat or an Amazon built-in one, which is Amazon Linux, we use in this place, we use yum. We say sudo yum update. Okay. So in order to update or upgrade or install any packages, we use apt-get. And because I am a user as Ubuntu, in order to install anything, I have to have root permission. That's where I use sudo.
So isn't it for sudo su first we have to do sudo -su?
Sudo su will actually elevate myself into root user, but I'm just taking the root permissions and as a user, I'm installing it.
So we can do it sidewise. We don't have to do sudo su. We
Not
can
required for now. For this, not required. But even in future labs, we will do sudo su also for a few things because it is necessary there. Okay. So I'm updating. It is a mandate command. If you don't run this command, your machine will not work as it should be. So now that I updated, let's install now. So again, sudo apt-get event to install. Okay. So sudo apt-get install which package?
Apache.
Apache 2.
So
Do you want to continue?
just
I will
one
say why.
question.
Yes, yes.
Is there any version that we can install or it will install only Apache 2?
Apache 2 is a name.
Okay. And what about the updates or version as we have of Android that Apple is also updating every day and Android also updates every day, Windows also updates every day. So is there any kind of update that web server also gives that this is version 2.0.1.5 or something like that?
If it has any, we can update it.
So we must know that it is a version and we have to type here. Like this, you have to type Apache 2. So it is Apache 2 only. And
You
if
should know the name of a web server, okay? Yeah.
okay.
You just need to know the name of a web server. If you install, okay, by default it will go with the latest version.
Okay. And if I put here NGNIX or Tomcat, then it will install that only.
Of course,
The
whatever you
latest
put.
version.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Now that we install a simple web server also with Apache, now let's try to access this web server using the public IP address. So go to instance, take the public IP address and post it. Now, you think it works?
No,
Why?
because we haven't put something like that it can be visible to us.
I think HTTP permission has not given.
That were not selected in virtual machine that we are creating.
Yes. We have to give the HTTP permission, I think.
That's right. So basically, we are able to connect to this instance from Git Bash. Okay. We are not able to connect to this EC2 instance from a browser.
Okay.
We are able to connect through Git Bash because it has SH protocol already open for us. We are able to connect it. But if you want to access it from a browser, we have to open browser protocols. What are browser protocols?
HTTPS, HTTP.
HTTPS.
HTTP and HTTPS. Okay. Now we would be using HTTP only, not HTTPS, because HTTPS needs
Certificate.
the SL or the TLS certificate, which we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So after launching an instance, also we can modify the security groups by going to security and click on the security groups. I'll talk about what is inbound and outbound later, but for now, let me edit the rules and add HTTP protocol. And I want everyone to access my Apache. Okay, now if I do a refresh, how much time it will take? It's almost immediate. Now I'll keep this public IP address in the chat. You try to access it. And let me know if you're able to access, because I kept anyone.
Yes,
Is able to access.
yes, I am. Everyone is able to access.
Yep.
Perfect. Now, now tell me, shall I go forward and explain you about AMI, like basically image and creating an instance from the image, or we will stop here for now, and then you will do the same thing which I have done, like a guided practice, and then I'll explain about AMI. So the reason is basically, I'll just stop here and I'll allow learners to do it. But as I could see, you are all already into AWS, like you know something about AWS. So if I can go forward and complete that, and you will do the hands-on.
Yep.
Just confirm that will you be teaching us this Git Bash things, because I don't know how to go with Git Bash. So I
So
wasn't thinking about that only. It is
so
good.
as I have so teaching means I told you go to the folder where you have your PEM file, and then right click, show more options, and Git Bash here, and you have the commands in the document
So we
in the
just
Google
need to
Drive.
install Git Bash only.
Sorry,
We just need to install Git Bash only, na?
that's it. That's it. Now is okay.
Yes, it is cool.
So now tell me, folks, shall I continue, or you will do it now?
Yes.
Yes, continue.
Okay, cool.
Please continue. Yeah.
Now the questions which you will be having on snapshot and all, I think it should be answered here. Now you ask me if you don't understand even after me explaining, but please hold on for me to explain first, okay? So what we have done, we launched an EC2 instance, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, guys, please go on mute. Everyone, I could see some background noise. Anjali? So from AWS provided AMI and snapshot. Yes, we have chosen an AMI, right? By launching an instance, we have chosen an AMI. So from AWS provided AMI and snapshot, we launch an EC2 instance. Yeah. Now with the instance, we also learned that we have a a volume which is created with some EBS type, which is a root. It's a root volume. Now the EC2 instance is here. The root volume can be seen in the left navigation. If you scroll down under the EBS, Elastic Block Store, if you go to volumes, you would be seeing the root volume of that instance. So if I click on this volume and you see the EC2 instance, attached instances, the first instance is the tag which I have given. And we have only one instance as of now. Okay. So the root volume can be seen under the Elastic Block Store volumes. So with the instance, a volume is also being created. Now we installed a simple web server called Apache. Okay. Now Apache is a single command. I can install it at whenever I want it, just run it. But what if you have installed all the dependencies for an application, like 10 or 15 softwares are being installed? You have to set the configuration, and then you have deployed your application and then the code, and then you're running it. And all of a sudden instance failed. Again, you need to launch it and do all the configuration, everything, whatever the time you have spent, you have to do it again. Now, to avoid that, to avoid the disaster, we have to have a disaster recovery plan, which is like a backup. You have to take a backup. Now, taking a backup is like creating an image from that instance. In AWS terminology, we say taking an image from the instance. So creating an image is a backup of the whole instance. If you have multiple volumes, it will take the backup of all the volumes. Now, as of now, I have only one volume. Now, if I take an image, we get an AMI, we get a snapshot. Also, the applications which I have installed. For example, here we have Apache. If I have all the dependencies, it will have everything. In our case, Apache is there with us. Okay. Now, this AMI and snapshot has to be managed by the customer because the customer created us, we created. Okay. Now, if an instance fails, what you can do? You can recover it from this image by creating an EC2 instance and a volume. Now, because the image is having Apache, the instance by default will have Apache. Right? So, one of the use case of AMI is taking a backup. Second thing is, I want to create 10 instances of same kind. Do you go and create install Apache 10 times? No. Create an instance, install Apache, create an image, create another 9 instances from that image. All the 10 instances will have the Apache. I mean, as an example, I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. Now you launch an EC2 instance. You have an application installed. Now the client is saying that he would be using this application after 6 months, not now. Do you keep this running all the time? No. You take an image. See, when I say instance, it comes with a root volume. When I say AMI, it comes with a snapshot. You take an image and then you terminate this. You keep this for however the client wants, like how much time he wanted. Maybe after 6 months or 1 year, whenever he wants, you can just launch an instance from this. Now ask your questions. Another thing is, I'm sorry. Another thing is, these two EC2 instances are different instances, obviously. Now, after installing an Apache, I have taken an image. Okay. Now, after taking an image, I installed XYZ software. Let's assume some software. Now, after taking an image, I have installed it. Now, will the image will also have XYZ?
No.
No, obviously. After taking an image, you install some software. If you want to that also take as a backup, create another image. That means once you take an image out of it, they become independent. Okay. Now, whatever you install, it will not come into this AMI also. No, not at all. Okay. Now, if you're updating your instance, you have to take multiple images to take a backup, and you can just delete this and keep the updated one. And after launching an EC2 instance, the instance is no more dependent on this AMI also. That means once the components are created, they become independent. See, when you are taking an image, means it is taking a backup of the whole instance. It might be taking few minutes. You have to at least wait for a few minutes for the AMI to be created completely, and then you can terminate it. While it is taking an image, if you have deleted, the image will be corrupted. That is there. But once the image is completely created, it is ready, then you can just terminate your instance. It is no impact on that image. Okay. Yeah.
Now I understand the snapshot meaning, which I
Thank you.
asked you earlier. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear to me also.
Perfect. Now we have done till here, right? We installed an instance, we launched an instance, we installed Apache. Now what we will do, we'll create an image. Once an image is created successfully, we'll launch an EC2 instance from that image. Now, if you observe, the second EC2 instance which you are going to create will by default have Apache, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
If it is already having an Apache, do I need to again connect through Git Bash and install it? Obviously no. Because it's already having it, I did not connect it. So what I will do, after launching an EC2 instance, I straight away access it using the public IP address. Okay. The second instance, without installing Apache manually, it has to have Apache, and I should be able to access using a public IP address. You getting me what we are trying to do? We are trying to take a backup and we are checking whether the backup is working fine or not by trying to access the Apache without connecting it. Hmm?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
go to instance, select the instance, actions, image and templates, create image. Now, I can just give whatever the name I wanted. I would say Apache 2, and I would say in description Apache 2 in Ubuntu because I'm using Ubuntu. Okay. And if I don't want to reboot my instance, I can enable it. But by default, when I create an image, it is taking the backup of the volume. That's it. I can simply click on create image. Just give a name and description and you're good. Now, you created an image. The image which we created will be seen in the left navigation. Under the images, you have AMIs. So here you can see the AMI with whatever the name we have it. Okay. Now, if I scroll right, the status is in pending state. So we have to wait for the AMI to be in available state. And then you can launch an instance. And I also said, when I create an image, we get an AMI and a snapshot. This snapshot can be seen again in the left navigation. Under the Elastic Block Store, you have snapshots. Okay. So if you are not seeing snapshots, that means the AMI is not yet in available state. So once it is in available state, then you can see the snapshot here. Okay. So we'll wait for a while for that to be in available state.
Generally, what's the time duration that it will be available?
It takes a while, yeah, like 3 to 4 minutes.
Anupam, one more thing. For example, that we have taken that EBS or snapshot, you can say, of 30 GB it was. Am I right now? When we created this virtual machine, the storage was of 30 GB, na?
Go on. Yeah, 8
So,
GB. Here it is 8 GB. If it is 30 GB, so
okay. So if it is fully filled, then will it take more time to just make an AMI of
of
that
course,
8 GB or 30
the
GB?
bigger the image, the bigger the instance, the more time it takes, right? Of course.
Okay. And also one more thing, when it will create snapshot, and see there are two things we are in front of us. One is AMI and one is snapshot. So which part will hold the data, AMI or snapshot?
Snapshot. See, this is directly proportional, EC to AMI, EBS snapshot.
Snapshot. Okay. So AMI is the path and snapshot is the storage.
AMI is like an image.
Uh,
Mm.
Okay. Great.
So
Anupama,
Anupama,
can you show? Sorry, go ahead. Go
so we
ahead.
just, yeah, thank you. So we just created a image and it is getting stored on what account and where it is getting stored. What storage it is using. Is it our account, like under our account? Is it chargeable? Where it is stored? It is not public, right? Yet.
No. It is within our account only.
Mhm,
Okay. It is not public. It is completely private to us.
mhm,
Okay. So snapshots internally store. If you could see here, we can see it here. Okay. We
mhm,
should be seeing here once it is created. Yeah, it is created now. So the snapshot is in completed state. So the snapshots internally stores in S3 bucket, which
mhm.
we don't see in our buckets. So
Okay,
S3
and
is
it is
another
not
service.
chargeable. Like we
Of
are
course, it
using
is
8
chargeable.
gigs.
It is
Okay,
chargeable.
yeah. So that's the question. If it's
Oh,
using
okay.
8 gigs of data, it should
Mm.
be,
Okay. So you are taking a backup of your instance. It is
yeah.
chargeable and you will
Mhm,
have S3 storage cost. S3,
okay.
we will talk about it later. Okay.
Mhm.
So S3, the storage service. So you'll have this S3 storage cost.
And this EBS, what is EBS? It is stored on, it is part of
Volume.
CS3 or it's a separate?
No. It's a part of your virtual machine. You will have
Okay.
a separate cost for the EBS volumes.
Mhm.
So if we go to, so you can see them like this. In documentations, we can see EBS pricing. How much storage, what is the type you use, and accordingly you will be having the cost. Okay. So we
Mhm.
have an AWS pricing calculator in which you can simply define, okay, the name of it, in which region you're trying to create the volumes, okay, and how many volumes, and average duration each instance runs. Okay, that's okay. You can ignore that. And what is a volume type and what is a volume size? So
Okay.
30 GB or whatever. Okay. And you can just know snapshot and you can see the calculations. Okay.
Got
So
it.
if you have
So
10 volumes,
why I'm asking is, as you said, your client said, I don't want to use it now. So saving it for the later purpose, is it?
okay. So what you do is, when I talk about if a client is not using it and you want to keep that as an image,
Mhm,
okay, you take a backup. You don't run for the EC2 instance. You pay for
Okay.
the storage cost. It's like this.
Correct. Okay.
You have a pen drive.
Yes.
You have a pen drive
Mhm.
and you have some data in it. Okay. And you have your laptop and then you have the same data. Is both are same?
No.
No. You have a compute power. You have some sort of capabilities for an operating system. This is
Mhm.
just as a storage. So I'm just trying to compare. So EC2 instance, because it is running in AWS, it's a virtual machine running in AWS. AWS will charge you for the compute power which you're using it and for the storage. But if you take a backup of it, like just an image of it, and then it has a storage, you'll have only the storage cost,
Resource
not
charges.
for the compute cost.
Yeah. So I'm using only storage resource,
Exactly.
not the other. Okay. Got it.
And here you will be paying for EBS. Here you'll be paying for only S3. So
Okay.
because snapshot stores in S3 service.
Yes. Got it. Thank you.
So we will explicitly talk about S3, guys. Not to worry. So the AMI is available and the snapshot can be seen. It's in completed state. Now, this is eligible to launch an EC2 instance from this. Okay. Now it's completely created. Now, one way is go to AMI, select the AMI and launch instance from AMI. But traditionally, how do we launch an instance? We go to instances. We
I have
launch
one
the
question.
instance. Yes, please.
Okay, so just now you have created the AMI and the snapshots from the EC2 instance. And suppose if I delete that EC2 instance, will the snapshot and the AMI will be available?
Yes, of course. I said they become independent. You remember?
Okay.
So even if I terminate, they become independent. They don't dependent on each other.
Okay, thank you.
That's where the disaster recovery, right? If a disaster happens, if it is impacting the AMI also, what is the point? Correct, no?
Yes.
So I would name it as an Apache instance as a tag. And in the AMIs, I'll click on browse more AMIs. I'll go to my AMIs. You see, yesterday we don't have one and we are seeing it now. We're seeing it now a one. Okay. Now let me select this AMI. Okay. Now please understand, we are choosing an AMI for the second instance. And the other options, we can select them however we want it. Maybe the backup. So a disaster occurred and I want to launch an EC2 instance with a bigger capacity. I can do that. Okay. So the AMI will actually have all the softwares which are related. So I'll go for T2 Micro because under free tier. I will proceed without a key pair. Let me show you other option in key pair. Now, do I need a key pair for the second instance?
Yes.
No.
Why I need a key pair first of all?
You don't need a key pair because if we are copying an AMI, then it will be redirected to that only. No? The first key pair only.
Correct.
Every key pair must.
No. Oh my God. As I just said, Sharma, we are selecting only the AMI. AMI is a backup of the operating system, backup of the volume, not the configuration. We are not copying the configuration of the instance.
Okay.
It's like this. I have laptop 1. Okay. This is of using Windows and it has 10 TB of data. Sorry, 1 TB. 10 TB is too much. Okay. 1 TB of data. Now I have taken a backup of this laptop. I call it as an image. Now this laptop is of i3 configuration. Now, if I need to create an operating system from this image, do I have to have the same configuration of the laptop?
No,
Or
we can just modify it.
exactly. In a laptop of even i7, I can have an operating system of same 1 TB of data. So I'm
Yes, yes.
talking about the operating system and data backup, not the configuration like the on which hardware it is using or basically the login part and all. No. Make sense now?
Yes.
Now I don't need a key pair because I am not connecting to install Apache. The Apache should be there already. So if I'm not connecting, why I need a key pair? In that sense, I said we don't need it.
Great. Got it. Got it.
Yeah. So I don't need to connect it. So I will proceed without a key pair. I mean, in real time, that's different case. Okay. Now we are just trying to explore the 3 options. I've shown you how to create a key pair. Now I'm showing you how to proceed without a key pair. Yeah. And in the security groups, if I am not connecting through Git Bash, do I need SSH protocol? No. So it's best practice that you disable the protocols which you are not using it. And I wanted to access the Apache using public IP address. So which protocol I need then?
HTTP.
Exactly. Sorry, HTTP. Okay. Now I'll stick with the root volume and I wanted to show you one thing. Okay. You see the snapshot. Okay. We have chosen an AMI to launch an instance, correct? We explicitly chosen that AMI in the first step. Go to my AMIs, and then we have chosen this AMI, right? Ends with FB4. So AMI ends with FB4. This AMI is using a snapshot. for volumes, ends with 43B. You see. So if I go to volumes, it will create a root volume from the snapshot. Okay. So the volume is being created using this snapshot. The instance is being launched using this AMI. Both are tightly integrated. Okay. Now I'm just launching an instance. Now the second instance has been created. It's in pending state. So we have to wait for that to be running, and then we will be getting the output. We'll just wait for some time. You see now? So this is the second instance IP address ends with 10. This is the first instance IP address ends with 40. Understood? Any questions, please?
Not yet.
So first of all, we'll go for a break. Okay. Post break, you can start working on it. So do you know the concept of breakout rooms? Yes, breakout rooms.
No.
Yes.
So breakout rooms are basically, we are around some 12 participants. I will create 3 breakout rooms, 4 participants each. This is like a private room within the call. Okay. Where you 4 can discuss and complete the lab. So if you have any issues, you can check with others. If all 3 or all 4 are not able to do it, you can just call me for help. So this is basically a small groups where I can easily manage, and you can also do it as a team.
Okay.
Okay. So post break, I will allow you to do the lab in rooms. Clear?
Great. Great.
Okay, perfect. So let me open a timer for you. Today, internet is consistent, isn't it? You are facing any issues?
No.
No, right? Perfect. Happy break, folks. Is everyone back?
Yes, Anupama.
Okay. So let me create the breakout rooms. You have to have your laptop in order to connect your breakout rooms. Okay. So you have a document. So let me share my screen before I actually open the rooms. Okay. So you just have to go to assessments folder. And then you can just access the first lab, the EC2 one. Okay. So this is exactly what we have done. You have to have your account and an instance of Linux as of now. Okay. So create an EC2 instance. SH into the instance. You can SH using these commands, the chmod command and the basically the command to connect it. So in the place of this bracket, you don't use bracket. Okay. So in this place, you will be using your PEM file. Here you will be using the instance public IP address. Okay. Once you SSH into the instance, you need to install a simple web server, which is Apache. So before you install, you update it and you install it. Okay. And then we configure HTTP in the security group if you haven't done yet, and then test the web server. That's basically the first public instance IP address. And then create an image from the instance and create another EC2 instance from that image. And straight away test it using the public IP address. And then do the cleanup part. Okay. So if you have any questions while you're doing it, yes, you can just check with your room members, and then you can, or if you're not able to do it, then you can just call me for help. Yeah. So once you come back, I'll tell you what exactly the other ones. Clear?
Yes.
So let me open the rooms for you. Please do join and finish off. Once everyone is done in the room, you please come back to the main session. Everyone done. If everyone is done. So guys, please help each other. If they are stuck, just help them in the process. The best way to learn is one person will be sharing the screen and others will follow it and do the same. So everyone will be opening to the login to your AWS accounts and everyone will do at the same time. So that's the best way where you can discuss and complete it. Okay, once everyone done, you can complete it. You can complete by 12:45, 1 hour max. Okay, I mean, of course, if you would take more time, I'm happy to give. Okay, so just try to complete it. Don't worry about being fast. Do it consciously. I want you to learn something while doing it, not as a, as a thing to do it. Okay.
Okay. And I would find git bash and git scm, na?
Correct. So in the assessments folder, sorry, in what is this?
Yeah.
Requirements folder, you will be finding that git bash software. Let me keep it in the chat also if you would like to.
Actually, I am only able to see this download version. Playtest source releases 2.4 3.0.
So if you
Like,
see here, I'll keep a link in the chat. If you keep on that, if you go to that link, here you will be having an option. Click here to download. Okay, so just click on that. The .exe file will be downloaded. Just install it without changing any steps. You just have to click on next, 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 next till you get the install option and install it. No need to change anything. Clear? So let me keep that
yes,
link in
yes.
the chat. Save it. Just save it or open that. Yeah. So I hope everyone copied the link. Now, shall I open the rooms?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Hello, Anupama. We are done now.
Hello, Anupama. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just wait for others to join. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Folks, you have created an image and then created an instance from that image also?
Yes.
Okay, okay, perfect. You guys are amazing. People are still working on connecting to the EC2 instance. Yeah.
Okay.
So please hold on. Please hold
Okay.
on for some time.
Okay. Okay. No
Sure.
problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anupama, my just Wi-Fi got stuck, so certainly I don't know how I got left from that room. Can you please let me join again?
Sure. Which room is that?
Uh, Ashish was there, and
Ashish. Okay, let me.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Anjali.
Hello.
Anjali, can you hear me? You're not audible. Am I not audible for you?
You are audible.
Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, yes. Anupama, shall I delete that EC2 instance?
Yeah, if you can, if you are aware of it, please do it. I'll anyway show you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can delete that or we can stop that. What we need to be doing?
I'll
Then
show you. No worries. No worries. Don't.
sure, sure.
I'll show you. Okay.
I would wait. I would wait. Sure.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Anupama, I had some issue with my mic. Can you just put me back to my group?
Which room you are into, Anjali?
Group 1.
Okay, I'll add you.
Anupama, you still there?
Sorry, what is that you said?
I just asked, you still there?
Of course, I will be there till the end of the
Okay.
session.
So we are done. I hope we have a session or
Yeah, you have a session. I mean, I could see there are still 3 people who would be working in the
okay.
groups.
Okay.
Yeah. That is the reason I'm just waiting for them to join.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anupama, we require your assistance.
Okay, please tell me what's up.
Yeah, Naveen, can you just share your screen, please?
Yes, of course, please share your screen.
Anupama, is my screen is visible, right?
Yes, you're not able to access the
Yeah.
website. Okay. So,
No,
guys who've
yeah.
already completed, you would like to try helping them?
Can you check whether HTTP is allowed or not in the security group?
Okay.
So which one you are not able to access? The first one or the second one,
No, the
which you
second
have?
instance.
The
Second one.
second, the second one. First two, and are you able to access the first one?
Yes.
Okay, go to in the security group, click on security group. Just scroll down. Edit inbound. So it's, I think it's allowed.
Yes.
Yes.
It's already allowed. And what is the, can you just again check the IP address?
So it is refusing.
Anyone else would like to try? Works? No worries. Give me the controller, Naveen.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Just please don't touch the screen. Let me see. So troubleshooting part. So it's not that you should not be getting the output straight away. You should be facing some errors. That's where you actually learn.
Correct.
So let's try to fix this. Your internet is a little slow, I think. So it's taking a while to load. Oh, 4 instances. It will charge you, Naveen. Which one do you want me to keep? What is the first instance?
First is Naveen.
This one.
Yeah. Then I tried it 3 instances.
AWS will
Both
charge
3
you
are
if you create like this. See, if I am creating 2, you are supposed to create only 2 max. So if something is not working, you terminate them and then go for a new ones. Okay.
okay.
So this is the first instance. Okay. So now you created an image out of this, isn't it?
Yes.
So you created an image of this instance after installing the Apache, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, cool. So we have an image and then the snapshot. No snapshots. How come you don't have any snapshots when you have an AM? You didn't create an image only. You didn't create an image. How come the second instance will have? You didn't take an image, Naveen?
I went to I'm explaining that one. I went to that instance one, and there is an AMI ID, is that right? With that, I created another instance.
Okay, how did you tell me, please?
This is the instance one, right?
Okay, so you have chosen that AMI and then you installed again, you launched another instance. You haven't taken an image.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So obviously it doesn't work. Anyways, let me stop sharing the screen. So it's like this. Let me share my screen back again. I mean, everyone in the group is having the same issue. So you created an instance, you installed Apache, okay, and you didn't take an image from this instance. Instead, you are using the same AMI again to launch another instance. Obviously, this is again same as the first instance only, no? What is the point of creating another EC2 instance from here? You have to take an image of the first instance. So the first instance will have the Apache and then launch a second instance from that image. So that second instance will also have the Apache. So ultimately what you have done from this AMI, you launched 2 instances. This is not what the lab is. Okay, you're getting me?
Yes.
So you have to first of all take an image and launch another EC2 instance from that image.
Okay.
Do one thing, just terminate the instance for now. Okay, once you get the recordings, just follow that, or after the class you can try doing it. Or shall I show you right away?
It would be great, Anupama. I'll show you right away.
Okay, so Naveen, share your screen again. So give me the control.
Okay.
So I have an EC2 instance, go to actions, the image. You haven't done this, right?
Yes, correct.
Didn't do.
I created
I missed
you have
out.
not done. I created.
So you have to wait for the AMI to be in available state. And then when you are launching an instance, second instance, okay, so you go to launch instance again for the second time. You can just type Apache.
This Apache 2 is that image we have created, right? That name.
So you need to browse more AMIs.
In this case, you have to browse it first and Apache.
you have to go to My AMIs and select this. So this is the one which we created. So
not
proceed without a key pair.
And then HTTP.
Let's see if it allows,
This is-
because the AMI is
This
still
is traffic
creating.
again. We have to
Disable it. Correct. It has to be disabled, but anyways, your system is very slow. If I go here and there, it is taking a lot of time. I mean, other people are waiting for us to start the session. So
Yeah,
it
okay.
failed because the AMI is still creating.
That
Okay.
image.
The image is still in it is in pending state. So we have to wait for that to be in available state. Then yes, you can do that same. Whatever I have shown you.
Yeah.
You getting me?
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Any other questions while you are doing it? How was the experience? Seeing it, doing it is two different things, okay?
Yes, Anupama.
So let's start with the presentation. Oh, before that, okay. I just want to show you how to do the assignment as well.
That's Windows, right? Windows assignment.
Right, ma. So you have completed this first part, like creating an instance, taking an image, and creating another EC2 instance, and doing the cleanup. So if you need to do the cleanup, first of all, you need to go to the instances, select both the instances, instance state, terminate. Okay, you can select multiple instances and click on terminate, not a problem. All the instances will first of all move to shutting down status, and then it will move to terminated status. Okay, you need not wait for these instances to terminate in order to delete the image and snapshot. Okay, now what we are doing is we are terminating the instances and then delete these components as well. Now, when we terminate the instance, what will happen to the root volumes, folks?
It will be deleted.
The root volumes also should delete. We will see once they are terminated. Now let's go to AMIs and select the AMI and deregister the AMI. Deregister the AMI. Now go to snapshots. What will happen to the snapshot? Snapshot will not be deleted. You have to explicitly delete it. Now delete the snapshot. Okay. Now AMIs are deregistered, snapshots are deleted, instances are terminated. Now if we go to volumes, there should be no volumes. Okay. So once you have done all the cleanup, the best way to check is going to the EC2 dashboard and do a refresh here. Now everything must be 0 except the key pair and security group. You can have a number in the security group and key pair. But if you see here, you have EC2 instances 2, instances running is 0. So if I click on this instance as 2, it will direct to the same page where they are terminated. So the instances with terminated as a state can be there in the console for a couple of hours. It will be there and it will disappear automatically. There is nothing you need to do once the instances are terminated. Okay. So every time you do the cleanup, you just need to check the dashboard of it. Okay. So you have to do the cleanup and check the resources. It's always a best practice, folks. If you don't do the cleanup, you will see a billing by next week for sure. Got it? So once you do the cleanup, then you need to start with the treasure hunt. So treasure hunt is lab challenge will be there for few labs. Okay. And this is like a self-exploration. So these topics are used for self-exploration. That means you have to find where you can find launch mode like this option and what it is. And the lab challenge is launching a Windows instance using the 7-step flow is like, AWS will be keep on changing the interface. Now, when we say 7-step flow, selecting an image, selecting an instance type, selecting a key pair, the tags, the security groups. So all combined, we'll have a 7th step. So previously we used to have step by step. Now they just made it in one page. Okay. Now the challenge here is not just launching a Windows instance. Logging into it is basically the challenge. So how do we launch a Windows instance? You just need to go to the instances. You just click on launch instance. And in the AMI, you can simply choose an AMI which is of Windows. A Windows. Okay. You can select it, but make sure that Windows is under free tier. So you can select whatever you think you're comfortable with, not a problem. Okay, so 2022 core base or 2919 core base or 16, like a free tier one. Okay, so selecting one AMI which of Windows operating system. Okay, and if you see this, the security groups, you see you have RDP protocol open. So because you have chosen Windows, that particular relevant protocol is opened for you. And you see the root volume, it is of 30 GB. So Windows is of 30 GB. Okay. Now under the free tier, you can use the 30 GB volume only. When I say volume only, it's like this. Let's assume you created one Linux instance. It will be of 8 GB. Okay. And you created 3 more. Means 4. Combinedly, you'll get some 32 GB. Okay. Now you're crossing the free tier. If you launch 4 instances. Naveen, you did this. So if I am creating 2, at any point of time, make sure you have only 2 instances. When you are not using it, just terminate it and create new one. See, I'm not saying that don't create more than that. It is just that you terminate the one which you are not using it and then create a new one. Okay. Now, if you see here, one Windows instance itself is taking 30 GB. So when you are doing the assignment for the previous steps, you cannot start parallelly with the lab challenge. First of all, you have to do the cleanup, clean everything. Everything is deleted. Then you start with the lab challenge. Okay. So with these options, you can simply go and launch it. Okay. So select launching a Windows instance is very simple, right? Selecting a Windows AMI and then simply click on launch instance. But the actual challenge is not launching alone, logging into it. So logging into Windows instance is different from logging into Linux instance. I want you to explore that.
So
Okay, Anupama, how do I?
Remote RDP, remote desktop.
Anjali, hold on, ma. So when I say lab challenge, this is something which you need to do of your own. Okay, where I don't want to help. Okay, I want you to explore and find the correct answer and do it.
Okay.
Now, I'll give 1 week time for you to do the treasure hunt and lab challenge. In that 1 week, so you'll get a WhatsApp group by tomorrow, Monday. Yes. So you can discuss in the group, you can personally message, not a problem. But I will be helping you if no one is able to do it. If none of you said, no, I can't do this, I'll show you in the next session. But if at least one is doing, please try to take help from him and complete it. Treasure hunt is like just finding an option. So there will be an option. What exactly is that? Just defining it. But lab challenges, you need to do some sort of lab of your own by exploring. See, the reason why I'm using this, why I'm keeping this treasure hunt and lab challenges. So now that I explained in the class and then you are doing it in the class. Okay, it's like a guided practice. Now, even after, like once you're done with the program and then you got a job in AWS and you're working on it and you face something new challenge. Now you got habituated with guided practice. Like I'll show you and you do it, but you never know how to explore it. So this is where I'm trying to teach you. This is for you. No, definitely you would thank me later for the approach which I'm using it now. Okay. So you need to explore of your own. You would know how to explore in Google, how to explore in documentation, how to explore in YouTube, in different resources, and how to find the right answer. And believe me, this is very simple. Like if you just Google it, if you find the right resource, you'll be fine. You can just directly check in YouTube also. Okay, I don't give a big challenges where it will be difficult for you, and then you like you leave it all of a sudden. No, I don't give such kind of challenges. Okay, so the challenges which I give will be very much relevant to the previous ones only. Like I launched in Linux one, I'm asking you to Windows. I logged into the Linux instance and I'm asking you to log into the Windows one. So very familiar kind of challenges I will be giving you. Yeah, so that's about the treasure hunt and lab challenge. Now how to do it? So I'll share one of my learners um, what do you call assignment. Okay, so this is the first assignment. I have some part of it. Okay, I've taken it. So she just just explained what is an EC2, and then she said I mean there is a screenshot of AWS resources, and then how to launch an instance, selecting an AMI, selecting an instance type, and then the instance configuration details, and then the storage. So you might see a little different of the screenshots because, as I said, the 7-step flow used to look like this, but now everything is in a single page. Okay, now if you observe, for each and every screenshot, she is explaining something. She's explaining about the screenshot. So what I suggest is whatever you have learned while I'm explaining each and every option, you just keep it here. Okay, and then security groups, launch, and then key pair, and then launching an instance. Now interface used to look like this before. And then how to log in? Go to git bash. This remains same. Copy the public IP address. Use the git bash. Run the commands and connect to Ubuntu. Now it makes a lot of sense when I show you the screenshots because you did already. Now you access the Apache. And then creating an image, giving a name. And then once you create an image, you can simply launch an EC2 instance from that image by going to my AMIs. Okay, and you'll be having 2 instances. For the second instance, take the public IP address and host it. And very importantly, cleanup process. So cleanup process is screenshot should be there because you and I know that you have done the cleanup. This is very much just because just to ensure that you are not charging any cost unnecessarily, because we can learn AWS without having any charges. Okay, so let's do the same. So and then the cleanup process. Now, including whatever we have done, you need to add treasure hunt and lab challenge also in your assignment. So you have to do whatever we covered in the class and also the new ones as a homework. Okay, so you just keep the subject line as this, and the naming convention should be like AWS first name, last name, and then the lab. Okay, and you need to submit to this email address. It's mine. And I hope you know that once you submit all assignments, then only you get certificate from a StarHL. I'm not really sure if they have mentioned, but that's how it is. Okay. So I'll take the labs and then I'll inform them, and then you will be getting the badge, whatever certificate. Okay. So what I would say is for 4 weeks, work hard, complete the training, learn something out of it, do the certification, and try scaling, upskilling for other skill, or you can expand your knowledge that way. Okay, so the documents or the assignments are designed very consciously. Okay, so from my previous experience, I created these kind of documents. Understood? And don't ask me the reference. I can't give this reference. Any questions, please? And the assignment should be submitted by next week, like by next Saturday. Before the class time, you can submit it.
Okay, Anupama.
Cool.
Okay. This assessment is like lab 1 and lab 2, is it, or what it is actually?
Akshat, what do you mean by lab 1 or lab 2?
No, assessment. Where can I find that in the drive? I can go to the assessments, and then in that, like, which one I need to do the assessment? Which
You
one
are
is that?
talking as if you haven't attended the whole session. You're talking like that. So if we go to assessments, we are doing the lab 1 only, no? This is what we covered so far. You haven't followed these commands or the
Yeah,
instructions
yeah.
for the lab,
Okay.
treasure hunt and lab challenge. I mean, you are there for the whole class and then very interactive, and then you're asking. I
No.
didn't understand. We
No.
didn't start lab 2 only. See,
Okay.
every day, see, the next week we will do EBS, EFS, and S3 next week. So, as of now, you have to do only lab 1.
Lab 1. Okay.
Guys, everyone, please do the cleanup for now. Terminate the instances. Deregister
Done.
the AMI. Sorry.
Done.
It's already done.
Done. Perfect. So if you see the terms we use, for instances, we say terminate. For AMIs, we say deregister. And for snapshots, we say delete. But ultimately, what we are doing? We are just deleting everything. But the terms. So even in interviews, you need to use the right terms, like terminating the instance. We say terminate the instance, not deleting the instances. We say deregister the AMIs, not just deleting it. Okay, ultimately it's deleting only, but they use a different term. Clear about the assignment?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let me cover one topic and then we will go. So let's talk about the root volume of the EC2 instance. Okay. So guys, please go on mute. I could see some background, hear some background noise. Now, you have an EC2. If EC2 instance is using this storage, the host computer storage, this storage for root. Okay, if EC2 instance is using the host computer storage for root, then this instance is called an instance store backed EC2 instance. The EC2 instance is backed by instance store. The EC2 instance is backed by instance store. This is basically called as instance store volumes. If EC2 instance is using a network attached volume for root, then this EC2 instance is called an EBS backed EC2 instance. This EC2 instance is backed by an EBS volume. Either this or this. You cannot have two C drives, right? Because of you have only one diagram, I'm just showing both. Either EC2 instance can be instance store or EBS backed. Either this or this. Okay. Now, when AWS introduced EC2 for the first time, all the instance store backed only. All the EC2 instances are using the instance store only for root. But when EBS is introduced, now all the AMIs which you see, all the AMIs, hold on. All the AMIs which you see under the quick start AMI, see, they're all EBS backed. I've seen all the AMIs. Okay. Now, when instance store is already being used, why EBS is introduced? Or in simple terms, let's understand the difference between these two. So primarily we understood, okay, the instance store means the host computer storage, whereas EBS is network attached volume, means this EBS is not on the same host computer of the instance. Okay, that is the first difference. Second thing is, if a hardware fails, okay, the data which is in the instance store will be deleted. If a hardware fails. Even if a hardware fails, because the EBS volume is not depending on the hardware on this host computer, even if a hardware fails, you can still keep your EBS volume. That is the reason basically instance store are called the temporary volumes, whereas EBS volumes are called the persistent volumes. Okay, then you can ask me, Anupama, if this hardware could fail, even the volumes which we have, this also will be on a hardware. Even this could fail. So basically what happens is when we create an EBS volume, this EBS volume will be replicated in multiple copies for high availability, basically. I said, please go on mute. For high availability, it replicates itself by AWS, basically. So now, even if a hardware fails, you still have other copies up and running for you for the instance. So that's another reason why EBS are called persistent volumes when compared to instance store volume. That is the reason EBS is basically introduced, because it don't want to depend on the host computer. Now let's assume I have an application. Application should run from 9 a.m. is running from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The client would be running only this time. After 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. the client will not be using it. What we can do to save the cost? What will be the number of replication? AWS doesn't mention that how can I call you?
Huck. Either you can call me MD or Huck or Zaul, anything.
Okay. I think MD is good when compared to Huck.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So it doesn't mention how many replicas, but it says that it replicates in multiple it replicates in multiple copies for high availability. Okay. So tell me guys, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. if the client is using it, and after 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. if a client is not using it, how can we save the cost? How can we save the cost? When you are not using an instance, what we can do?
We can stop it.
Yeah, we can stop it.
Exactly. So we can stop our instance, right? Instance store backed EC2 instances doesn't support stop action. You cannot stop an instance store backed EC2 instances. Whereas we can stop an EBS backed EC2 instances. The EC2 instances which we have created now is EBS backed only, because AWS now is not supporting instance store backed EC2 instance under the quick start where we can select the AMI. Now you can ask me, if AWS is not supporting, why we are discussing.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in the exam, you may see the terms like instance store volumes. So when they say instance store, you should not get confused. Okay, what exactly is instance store? Okay, so if you see the instance store, that means, okay, you should be knowing it. Okay, these are the volumes of the host computer. Now I want to add one more thing. You understood so far? If EC2 instances can have two types of root volumes, either EBS backed, instance store backed. Okay, and the differences between two. Got it?
Yes.
Now let me add one more thing. So an EC2 root volume can be instance store, EBS backed. In fact, instance store backed also. Okay. Now, when it comes to data volumes, the data volumes can be EBS backed. We don't say EBS backed anymore. Okay. Okay, and instance store volumes as well. Okay, now if I have an EC2 instance, I have an EBS volume as a root volume. Okay. I can have instance store as a data volume also to store temporary data. I can have another EBS volume as data volume, and instance store volume as data volume. Possible. So it supports only some sort of supports only for some EC2 instance types. If I try to select some bigger ones, like for example, let's try this. Okay. you would find the instance store volumes. You see? So you have the EBS as a root volume, but the data volumes can be the instance store volumes, you see? I mean, it doesn't need to worry much about this instance store volumes, but I just wanted to show you. Okay, these are called ephemeral volumes, like temporary volumes. Yeah, so it supports only certain instance types. Understood? Any questions, please? I think we'll stop here. Any questions?
Can you please share that diagram, the second one we just have on the screen?
This one?
Yes.
Okay. You want to take a...
No, it's just root
photo?
and data. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So in the next session, we will complete the EC2 slides. Okay, we almost covered the features which are required for EC2. We will see few more. Okay, and then in the next week we will also complete the EBS, the volumes, a small topic, EBS, and then the EFS and S3. Clear?
Yes, Anupama.
Any questions, folks? You're getting me? You're learning something? Yes.
Yes.
Chalo.
I
Bye
have
then.
one question.
Yes, MD.
So if we configure, I mean, the instance with EBS as a root volume, so when we will delete the EC2 instance, so that time we have like in the earlier the root volume also deleted when it's instance store, right? But if it's in the EBS, then do we have to delete separately the EBS store, EBS one, or
If
it will
you
be deleted?
see, no. See, in the root volume, okay, let me share my screen again. First of all, I'll understand your question correctly. Okay, so I have an EC2 instance and I have an EBS volume as root. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, if you terminate the instance and if I keep my root volume, do I need to explicitly delete it? That's what your question is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to delete the root volume, why you have kept as no on delete on termination? You can keep it as yes, no. Okay, by mistake, if you have kept it as no, or initially you thought of keeping it as no, so you kept it. So the instance is terminated and the root volume is there. Definitely you can delete the root volume explicitly. Not a problem.
Okay.
Answer the question. Yeah. In fact, when you're doing the assignment, you can try that. It's possible. You keep it as no and then terminate the instance, the volume will be there, you explicitly delete it. Now, in the next week, we will explicitly talk about the volumes, volume types, and then how to attach it, how to remove it, etc. This week is all about instance, no? I mean, this today, we worked on the virtual machine, the EC2 instance features and all. Tomorrow, we will explicitly talk about the volume of it. Next week is all volumes, storage services.
Sure.
Cool. Any more questions, folks?
Not yet, Anupama.
None from my end also.
Okay. So don't forget to complete the assignment because it will be mount up because you see the assignments we will be doing in the class. Yeah. You have it in the document also, how many we will be doing it. So don't postpone. Okay. So every week you will be seeing 2 to 3 labs and then we will complete it. Yeah. So if you postpone, it will mount up and then you at some point of time, you will not be able to do it. And if you do immediately, you will learn at your best. Please trust the process and complete it. And the assignments is not for me, it's for you. See, whatever the topics which I am covering, you will be seeing in the slides, right? But when it comes to labs, you may have recordings, but when you take the labs, if you explain in your document what is exactly each screenshot, you would learn, okay, and after a few weeks, and if you come back and check, you will understand, okay, what you have done. So please create for yourself, not for me, huh?
So Anupama, tomorrow we will get this recording, right?
Probably, if you don't get it, please chase them. You should get it. Okay, so it's their responsibility to provide you. If you probably this evening you should be getting it, if not tomorrow, because the first week they'll be little late in finalizing the participants and then sharing it. They take time, but going forward, from the next week they'll give immediately. If they're not giving it, they might have forgot. You just have to check with them. They will give you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Chalo then, bye bye. Have a great week ahead and see you the next week.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.